voi state puttatenna, pensi i cazzi tuoi. Ho spento. Infatti, è ancora acceso. Ah, quest'altro. Emanuele. Vicente Dattoli, silenzio.
Switzerland, in the heart.
Merlo.
Please take your seats. Thank you. Signore Coppola. Signore Coppola. Thank you for coming again to the hall. Probably you know the point that we have now. It's a UEFA presentation with our good friend and almost one of us, Thomas Giordano. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Just to clarify as an introduction, I'm not Thomas Giordano, I'm David Perret, Senior Media Operations Manager at UEFA, but we are here together with Thomas from Communication. So it's a real pleasure to be with all of you today. Thanks a lot to the AIPS and to Gianni for having us. I'm going to spend the next 20 to 30 minutes going through a couple of key topics that are going on with UEFA at the moment. And yeah, looking forward to these discussions and interaction with all of you. So next slide, please. Just a little bit of an agenda as well. So since it's our first appearance as UEFA Media Operations at the AIPS Congress, I hope you don't mind that I introduce a bit the team to start with. Then we will talk about innovations, the new things that we are developing at the moment. We'll also spend a couple of minutes talking about the flagship tournament for this year for UEFA, the Women's Euro taking place in Switzerland, and also a couple of additional information about upcoming events for this year, and we can finish with a Q&A if you want to. So who we are on the next slide. At UEFA, we are part of the Commercial Operations Unit. Our boss is Christoph Jung. He's the head of Commercial Operations Unit. And as you can see, we have three pillars within the unit. So one looking after broadcast operations, one after sponsor operations, and the last one, media operations, is with us. To avoid confusion, I kindly deleted the other colleagues so that you can focus on our team on the right-hand side. So at the moment, we are 6 permanent staff working for media operations and services. We also have the support of additional colleagues in this crucial period for us with a lot of accreditation requests ongoing. So that's why at the moment we are 11 to manage all the events and the upcoming tournaments and activities. In terms of our scope, so we are actually involved across all the different competitions and events at UEFA, which is quite a lot. If you look at these slides, a lot of nice logos, a lot of colors. So from club competitions to national team competitions, we also have the youth categories as well. We have draws, we have futsal, and we have final tournaments, of course, like the Euro, Women's Euro, Under 21, and so on. So it's a pretty intense, let's say, schedule for all of us every year. But having the opportunity to be involved across all these tournaments is also good when it comes to consistency across events, to working towards developing media regulations, and to work with, of course, media groups such as the AIPS to define a bit the future of the media operations in football. On the next slide, I wanted to highlight a little bit how many users, how many media are actually part of our portal and database at the moment. So basically, we have one main entry point for media wishing to hear a bit more about UEFA. We have the UEFA Media Channel, as you can see, with more than 11,000 users at the moment. So there is a basic check in terms of validation of media to access this portal. This is really if you want to hear news from UEFA competitions, access to different materials such as replay of press conferences during the Champions League season, for example, or different information on our competition, but also on the corporate side. And then when you shift your interest towards attending events on site, there is another step to go through, which will give you then access to the UEFA Media Portal. So at the moment, we have more than 4,000 users on that portal. We have a full validation process in place there, which means that we really check thoroughly that we only have bona fide media attending our on-site events. And on the next slide, you can see a couple of criteria that are important for us. So we not only check that media are coming from a valid organization, that they have the relevant press card, or that they are affiliated to a media organization in case they work as freelancers, but we also ask for samples of work before approving any media, just to make sure that these people are also still working, currently working on sports, and we ask for samples to be renewed every 2 years. So that's a bit of a snapshot to see to a bit how many media we have in our database and portal. And of course, it's a very important group with whom we try to engage. It's not easy because it's spread across a lot of different countries, organizations, and so on. But we aim to keep doing that on a regular basis. And on the next slide about the stakeholder engagement, I think it's very important on occasion like today to exchange with all of you, with other colleagues from International Sports Federation, because we can learn a lot from each other. So we have, for example, a couple of stakeholders listed here. So AIPS Europe, we have developed that together with Thomas and consult on a regular basis with a couple of colleagues focusing on football. We also speak a lot with the international news agencies on a regular basis for specific services and coverage. We have another organization such as the News Media Coalition based in the UK, which will also be an important stakeholder in the lead up to the next Euro in 2028. And of course, we not only engage with media, but we also engage with club press officers, with national team press officers to make sure that whenever we develop new regulations, new activities, new ways of doing things, they are also part of the discussions, which then helps make things happen on site and benefit all of you as journalists so that you can have a good access guaranteed to the teams. Like I was saying, other sports organizations such as FIFA, CONMEBOL, European Athletics are also organizations that we engage with, and also in terms of specific requests from different bodies, we are also very happy to engage whenever we are contacted. So I hope that in the context of this Congress, we can also keep the discussions going and exchange also after the presentation today. In terms of innovations and what's new at UEFA, so a couple of things that I wanted to highlight today, and you will see quite a lot of similarities with some of the points that were covered by FIFA earlier by Ivan. The first one is something we've developed in the last Euro and now across different events. It's a media hub concept for the Stadium Media Center. So basically, we've tried to make it a bit more comfortable and functional for all journalists and also broadcast partners, journalists. So it's something that we've enhanced, more of a lounge feeling for people reaching the stadium. And I think we got a good feedback, a very good feedback following the last Euro. So it's something we'll aim to build upon and continue developing in the next events. In terms of the selection of position, pitch side and also in the tribune, we've developed a digital tool last year. The aim is to consolidate again this tool and to keep building it and developing it. Still some work to do. At the moment, we don't have a mobile-friendly solution, for example. And I think also it will take some education, some exchange, getting feedback as well to make it the best possible solution, so that whether you want to cover the event from the tribune or pitch side, you get to choose your position ahead of the event, which then gives a lot less hassle for you on site. There's no need to collect SADs, additional devices, and so on. You can really focus on your job. I was not finished with this slide, just a couple more points to cover. If you can go back, please. I've also listed the development of a media app. So it's just a sentence here on this slide. It's not already existing, up and running, and nicely, very nicely done, like Ivan presented for FIFA. But it's something, I think, since we are more and more developing digital solutions, at some point you want to have everything in one tool, if possible, one point of access to be able to get all the information you need about a UEFA event. So something we will develop and hopefully launch before the next Euro. It's an IT project. It takes a long time usually, so bear with us, and hopefully we'll provide you with a great solution for the future. Another point that I listed on the slide is the live streaming of matches. So it's something on a tournament scale that we launched for the last Euro. If you just go back to the previous slide, please. The idea was to be able to offer journalists who were on the go and traveling across the country, Germany during the last Euro, the possibility to follow all the matches live. So it's something that we could put in place, and it was a first for a Euro. So hopefully a service that was appreciated, and something now that we will consider as a core service for upcoming events. The last point also is quite interesting. I think a couple of people have already mentioned AI today. I think there's a panel about AI as well later on. So for us, at the moment, it means essentially that we'll try to integrate this technology linked to interpretation for press conferences. Of course, we take cautious steps in the process. We have a platform to test it, which is perfect. The upcoming summer, it's the Under-21 tournament in Slovakia. I think for us, it's a really good step forward, because for this type of tournaments, in the past, we didn't always have necessarily the budget, the resources to make it happen. So now, with this technology and with the support of our supplier and all the different cautions to be taken with this new technology, we'll offer a full service at all the matches in different languages. And we're really looking forward to testing this, and also at some point maybe feeding back some conclusions to you. And again, it's going to be interesting to explore this avenue. Another innovation, if you can go to the next slide, it's the mix zone concept, the podium interview area. Actually, we called it for the Euro. It's something that we've launched last summer after a couple of testing at different events. The idea, a couple of things were already mentioned by the colleague from FIFA, but it was to make those mix zone activities a bit better organized, to ensure some content for all the media and non-right holders, and also to give a bit clearer obligations to the team, to the teams involved. There was a point where the teams were not really making their players stop, or you, as a journalist, you were not sure how many players would stop at a mix zone, and then you need to rush around to get a quote. So here we wanted to organize this a bit better, so we could deploy this setup in half of the venues. We could not do it at a full scale in the 10 venues due to space restrictions. But in the venue where it was tested, like you can see here on this picture in Munich for the opening match with Kai Havertz replying and exchanging with the media, I think the feedback was positive. Of course, it's work in progress. You can see that this setup involves different platforms, microphones, split boxes. It requires also more management on our side to make the the media groups go to the right podium, to work with the press officers to make sure it's serviced properly. But I think we're on the right path, and the fact that the colleagues from FIFA will also keep the concept evolving at the next Club World Cup is also very good, because then we can also learn from each other's experiences and build something probably even better in the future. On the next slide, just a couple of pointers. I think on our side, first of all, in terms of broadcast partners, so the rights holders, they still kept a linear area where you have barriers and players are going through. We had that concept on our side, but we also wanted to leave still a free area where you see the whole team going through, and you can have exchanges with the players that are not necessarily stopping at this podium. So that's still also the idea for the future, to keep this opportunity for media to exchange with all the players, but in terms of obligations, it's going to be around these different podiums for selected players per team. So concept in progress, and hopefully next time we talk about the topic, we even have a better solution to present to you. Next slide, please. So after a couple of topics linked to innovations and to who we are, now moving to the big tournament that is coming this summer in Switzerland, the Women's Euro, and we just have a nice video to get it started.
Switzerland, in the heart of Europe, the home of mountains, heights, peaks, and summits. Summits of emotions. In summer 2025, we will feel and experience football at its best, all together. Let's climb to the summit of emotions.
So Summit of Emotions, of course, in Switzerland, with all the high peaks we have, and we hope for a great tournament. I think we are really keen to make this tournament a big success. On my side, personally, I was involved in a first Women's Euro. It was back in 2009 in Finland. So since then, a couple of editions, and you can see the women's game growing a lot, which is fantastic. In terms of overall tournament interest, we have already sold more than 550,000 tickets, which is great. So there's still the objective to have a sold-out tournament. In terms of accreditations, we have more than 700 media who requested an accreditation for the tournament. And the idea, of course, is to have a legacy a bit beyond this tournament for women's football in Switzerland, and the development of the game, which is really motivating. So we also want to play our part, us, in terms of media operations, which means that our objective on the next slide is to really give you the best possible working conditions and the best possible access to the teams during this competition, so that you can help promote the game and help grow the game. I have prepared a couple of slides now on facilities, and to give you a bit of an overview of the tournament. So first of all, it's going to be played across 8 venues, 31 matches in Switzerland. And on our side, we will have people involved in each venue to make sure that the operations run smoothly. And of course, whenever we have a big game like the opening or knockout stages, we'll reinforce the teams on site to make sure that we can deliver all the services. Moving to the next part about the facilities, so just a couple of highlights. I'm not going to go through all the points, but just to give you an idea, in terms of scale of the capacities of the facilities, of course, we have some small stadiums, we have some big venues like in Basel, so we try to adapt according to the stage of the competition, of course, and to the profile of the venues, but the services will be there. We try to treat it as much as possible like a men's Euro, with the same feature in terms of the media booking possibilities for the tribune and pitch side. There is freedom of movement on matchday -1 across all venues for all accredited media, a bit more restrictive on a match day basis. If you don't have a confirmed booking, you cannot access the venue. And for photographers, a bit the same. We have positioned in the tribune, we have positioned around the pitch, of course, and we scale according to the size of the stadium and the space at disposal. On the next one, a media hub. So of course we'll keep providing some media centers as usual. And on this slide, the most important thing is in terms of transport. Really happy with a great initiative that will offer free public transport in Switzerland. So between cities and using trains and so on, but also in each local host city to all media with a confirmed booking for a match, which means that from matchday -1 onwards until after the match, you can travel freely on the Swiss public transport network. So it's a great incentive also for media to come and cover as many matches as possible. On the last slide about facilities, just press conference rooms. In terms of services, remote interpretation, simultaneous will be offered in the languages of the two teams, English and also German or French, depending on where the match is taking place. And for the mix zone, we will not have the podium set up. We are lacking a bit of space in the venues. We couldn't have one model for everywhere, so the idea is to go with the linear sections for all the sectors of the mix zone. And I have to say also in women's football, the cooperation with the players and the team is a bit easier, so no issues anticipated there with this setup. Next slide, please. In terms of activities, so again, we try to provide a good framework for media with a coordinated matchday -1 approach, so that in theory you can attend all the press conferences and the training sessions. Press conferences, coach and player, training session have to be open at least 15 minutes. I have also listed on the next slide interview obligations. Just important to keep in mind as a media, of course, that the teams have a lot to deliver. They have also a lot to deliver to our broadcast partners, as you can see here on the slide, with quite a demanding number of interviews to provide across the competition. And the requirements evolve as the tournament progresses and the interest as well from broadcast partner progresses. If we move to match day activities, again, as you can see, a couple of obligations for pre-match interviews. Halftime, it can happen, but it's not an obligation. And right after the match, one super flash as well, mandatory on the pitch per team. Other obligations on the next slide include for the post-match quite a few interviews to provide. We do our obligations, we organize them according to the broadcaster who are on site. So if it's your broadcaster from your own country, you have more obligation. And also then in terms of the type of position. So if it's a broadcaster with their own production, own position on site, there are more requirements than if it's a broadcaster on a shared position with other reporters. And a couple of other pointers. We ask the coach to be available for at least 4 interviews. The UEFA player of the match has to be part of the post-match players who are available. And we try also to get these interviews going quite shortly after the final whistle, just to make broadcasters include these interviews in the live program. Well, next slide, please. Press conferences. So post-match is good because we have head coaches, but also players, with the player of the match also available for all media, which is, I think, good for all of you. And for the mix zone, so the whole team goes through, and we ask for a minimum of 3 players per team to stop. That was it for the Women's Euro. Now, briefly looking ahead at the upcoming other events, with the club competition finals first. So as of next week, it's going to start a pretty intense schedule of events with 4 finals to be played within 10 days, starting with the Europa League final in Bilbao until the UCL final in Munich on the 31st of May. We also have, of course, the Women's Champions League final in Lisbon and the Conference League final in Wrocław in Poland. And then, after a break in the summer, we continue with the Super Cup in Udine mid-August. So we have this with Women's Euro, and on the next slide you will see that we also have 2 more competitions on the national team side with the UEFA Nations League finals taking place in Germany with 4 big teams, Germany, Portugal, Spain, and France. So we hope for an exciting tournament, 4 matches to organize there towards the beginning of June, so that's going to be exciting. And 1 more slide about another tournament, the Under-21 that is taking place in Slovakia. 31 matches, 16 teams involved, and again, probably again a busy month of June for everybody involved in these tournaments. So that was it on my side to give you a bit of an idea on what's happening at UEFA at the moment. Thanks for your attention, and happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thanks.
Any questions? Is there any questions? Are there any questions? Will we? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just stay a little bit with us. I would like to ask our EC member from Paris, Marc went to Yak. Okay, sorry.
Merci à vous.
Wait a moment. We have also to remind that the beginning of June, there is also the Young Reporter project in Romania for the under 17, no, under 19, under 19, and there will be 12 young journalists, 8 from Europe from the team that are finalists, plus 4 from around the world, for every continent. This is very important, and we thank especially because we continue to work together with the Young Reporter. That is something really important. Thank you.
Well, now we have one very interesting issue. Some people will be here in these nice chairs. Some people will be online. The issue is artificial intelligence, aid or monster for the press. So I would like to call the people who are in the room. Vincent Amalvi from France, Major Events and Special Operation Director of AIPS. Some applause will be very nice to encourage him. Then I would like to call Mr. Juan Ignacio Gallardo, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Marca from Spain. And also Sanjay Sindwani from India. Is Sanjay with us? Maybe he will join us later. Online, as I can see, we have, we should have Ji Zhu from Xinhua and Maria Grazia Squacciarini from UNESCO, Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO. So we do have a quite good part of the podium. Welcome everybody. Thank you to join us. This is a very important topic. You can agree with that. So maybe it would be best way to start with Maria Grazia, because we had it last year, finish it with some unknown future things. What happened in the last year, Maria Grazia?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yep.
Good. So first of all, apologies for not being able to be again with you this year, but so is life. So perhaps there will be a third time and I will be able to be with you in person. What has happened this year in the AI world? A lot of things. actually there has been an unprecedented acceleration in some developments that actually are pointing to a greater adoption of these systems and greater availability of different systems. What I'm talking about is that we have seen a number of foundational models being put forward, even if you look only between the end of the 2024 and the first 3 months of the 2025, there have been so many new foundational models put forward by different companies and actors around the world. That was unprecedented. I mean, before you used to have a few only. The other thing that we have observed, and that's very important in terms of what can you do with it and how it works, is the development of local models, so models that are pretty powerful, but that basically function on your computer, kind of, and they do particularly good inference. So just to explain in a very simple way, by the time you look at AI, you have a first part of these models that actually train, so that is the training of these models, on a data set that, something that in theory should be well curated, representative, not having holes, so that the predictions of the models are very good. And then actually you do the inference. That is, you have what this person has learned. It's like a person. This person has learned, gone to school, has looked at a lot of things. And then by the time this person, in this case the system, faces a new situation, uses the learning had during the training part in order to inference responses or inference and understand what's happening. So that's exactly what happens to the model. And so the characteristics of the local models is that they perform pretty well, despite the fact that you don't have always to have the very big, useful, huge things in the back at the time of the inference. The other thing that has been happening is diversification, another very good news. A lot of models now are coming out on different languages, on different, also reflecting different cultural backgrounds, different approaches. And remember, as in anything, in any technology, diversity of perspective, wealth of information collected, difference of approaches brings superior outcomes. It's like when we are in a team and we have to solve a problem. Evidently, if you have all, say, engineers in solving a problem, the possible solution you're going to get is a very technical one. If you have economists like me, so nobody's perfect, but still, also economists, and then you have the journalists, and then you have the sport people, that's the moment in which the kind of solution, the kind of approach you're starting to get improves, because you have the perspective of one and the other, and so you can get at a solution better, faster, and also in a more concrete and implementable way. Another development that we have seen over the last period is decreasing cost in the computing cost. Now, this to some extent corresponds to having a democratization, if you want to call it that way, of AI. That is, like, the cost before of running models was much higher. It has gone down 90% in a year, given a certain capacity. So we're really talking about apples and apples. We are not comparing apples and pears, which means that, well, many more can actually access it. So that's a good development, although, let's say, the possibly challenging side of that is that if it is easier, if it is less expensive, many more will actually use it and leverage it, which means ultimately the overall impact is not a given. So it needs to be estimated. So let's say if we think that, and we know that AI models, especially the foundational ones, require quite some energy to be run, then if this becomes easier to be done, then of course many more will do it, and that's also what we observed in a certain way. But then overall the energy demand will grow. So that is also another thing that is very, very important. Another trajectory that we have seen emerge, and really the last 6 months have been impressive in terms of the change. There had been already an acceleration in the last years, but the last 6 months are really unprecedented. And this in the, and I quote and unquote, openness of some of the models. Now, the community has not agreed on what it means to be open. In a nutshell, there are some features, some characteristics, some details that are actually open to the users and those that leverage these models. Others are not. But what is good about the openness, depending on how it is defined, is that many more could use bits and pieces or the whole system, play with it, adjust it to fit their purposes, and so there is more also ability not only to know what you're dealing with, also what are the a priori, the kind of criteria that are informing these models, but also that you can play with it. Let's put it like that. So it becomes a tool that you can flexibilize better to fit your purposes, what you want to do. And the last one that I don't want to scare anybody with, but it's a reality, is agentic tools. Now, this is perhaps one of the things that, looking at the professions that you or myself do, is the most interesting one. At times, perhaps something we should really carefully consider is agents, AI agents. What are they? Until now, basically, you had to prompt everything, and you had to, for instance, even to generate an article, you had to prompt the machine to say, okay, look, now you do me a search about what exists in relation to this player, for instance. And then you were prompting the machine saying, you know, now check whether in other sports there has been something similar. And, you know, it was a sequence of and then. And every time there was the intervention of the person that to some extent was also supposed to choose the most appropriate tool to do, because it's not the same thing to use a certain, in the jargon is called the LLM, large language model, to do one thing, as it is to do another one. So they don't perform the same. So you have someone that are better at do background research, others that are better at, in this case, generative AI to create pieces of articles, others that are better, for instance, at creating infographics, which is another thing that you may want to leverage. What do agents do now? Well, you can even tell the machine, I mean, speaking like I'm doing now, although there are, you know, prompt engineering is not completely dead, and so the better you instruct the machine, the better the result. But you can tell, you know, go in whatever archives that you might want to decide, look for this piece of information, write me an article, then structure a version of 3,000 words and 700 words for an op-ed, and then, you know what, identify me what are the best outlets for my publication, given that I want to reach at least these target readers. That's called an agent. He, she, it, whatever you want to call it, will do it everything for you for A to Z. And so at that point, the intervention of humans becomes much smaller. The possibilities are huge, especially for the smaller players, because especially when you don't have a lot of, say, research assistants, it helps a lot. However, that requires greater abilities to supervise the process and steer the process in the right way, because otherwise you can get issues. In our case, we are talking about journalism or fake news and a lot of other, you know, problems, hallucinations that, of course, then mean that you're not telling what really has happened, and so it becomes a challenge to have information integrity, for instance. I'll stop it here, but these are kind of the key components and the key developments of the AI ecosystem that we have been able to detect. I mean, there are others, but these perhaps are the most important.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria Grazia, for now. Mr. Gallardo, Maria Grazia told us that the last 6 months was very, very intensive. Do you feel that in your job?
Yes. Okay, to start, I want to give many thanks to Gianni Merlo, President, for the invitation. It's a great honor for me to stay here with colleagues of 100 countries around the world, because I think we are living in a special moment for the media, for the journalism, and for the society. And I think that we work and walk together to the future. I'll continue now in Spanish language, sorry. El año pasado en Santa Susana, junto con María, yo solicité a la UNESCO que declarasen el periodismo como patrimonio inmaterial de la humanidad. Creo que estamos en un momento que es muy necesario, porque necesitamos protección. Bueno, creo que UNESCO no va a hacer nada, y aquí lo reclamo, porque esto no puede pedirlo un ciudadano anónimo del mundo, sino que tiene que ser un país. Yo lo he hecho en mi país, en España. Estoy moviéndolo con algunos diputados del Congreso para que España, como Estado miembro de la UNESCO, solicite que el periodismo sea patrimonio inmaterial de la humanidad. Y os animo a todos, porque haríamos gran fuerza si cada uno lo solicitáis en vuestro país, para que así le lleguen a la UNESCO todas las peticiones posibles, porque creo que lo necesitamos. Y en cuanto a la inteligencia artificial, yo voy a ser muy breve, luego continuaremos con el panel y con las reflexiones. El título de este panel era que si es un monstruo o es una oportunidad. Y yo lo primero que quiero decir es que no podemos ver nada, y menos una realidad como la que nos ocupa, como un monstruo. O sea, los periodistas no podemos tenerle miedo a nada, a la inteligencia artificial ni a nada. O sea, esto es una realidad que se ha instalado y tenemos que aprovecharnos. Y si un periodista ve algo con miedo, pues lo mejor es que rompa el carnet, la verdad. Por eso creo que tenemos que ser inteligentes en el uso de la inteligencia artificial, tenemos que aprovechar todas las oportunidades que nos da, porque se va a convertir en una herramienta fabulosa y portentosa para el ejercicio de nuestro oficio, que es el periodismo. Y voy a acabar de momento, luego seguiremos con una última reflexión, y es que hay algo que la inteligencia artificial nunca va a poder hacer, que es dar noticias. Nunca va a quedar con una fuente para tomar un café e intentar enterarse de una información. Nunca la inteligencia artificial va a hacer una llamada o dos llamadas o va a ir a algún sitio a enterarse de noticias. Nosotros sobreviviremos, los periodistas, en la medida en que demos noticias. Y eso no lo va a hacer la inteligencia artificial. Estaba viendo antes de comer a Anas, es imposible que la inteligencia artificial haga periodismo de investigación. Con lo cual, sintámonos seguros, sintámonos confiados, sintámonos valientes y seamos inteligentes en aprovechar la inteligencia artificial en nuestro propio beneficio. De momento, estas son mis primeras reflexiones.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear the opinion from the other side, from the other continent. Sanjay Sindwani, do you feel the same about this topic? Sanjay?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. I think the rate of change in AI is like, something which we have never seen in the past. So I think every week, and I've started using a lot of these platforms now, every week I see them getting better and better at what they do. So I think 6 months is a very long time. I think I'm noticing those changes on a weekly basis. And as Maria mentioned, I can give an example. I was supposed to do a report, and typically if I had given it to my team, they would have created it in almost a week. If I had to do it myself, I would probably take at least 2 full days to do it. And I actually used Microsoft Copilot on the way to the office, had interaction in audio about for 8 to 10 minutes, and in 10 minutes the whole report was ready. So this is what is the power of AI. Now, is it the perfect report? No. But I think it does 80% of your job, and then 20% is where you have to add that value layer yourself and vet it, because it's still not a perfect tool in that sense. I think from a media perspective, and what I want to say is there are 3 ways in it it's going to impact us. One is essentially as a tool where it brings in a lot of efficiency, and it will help you kind of do a lot of things much faster, much better than you were doing it yourself. It's like moving from the typewriter to the computer. On a typewriter, once you made an error, you had to kind of use a whitener, or you have to start typing again. But on a computer, you could, correct the errors as you went. And now we have the next phase. So I think that's where the efficiency layer will come in, and it will come across all functional levels. The other part is basically the impact on traffic. So I think the way internet works today, where when you go to search, it takes you to different destinations. And now you don't need to go to different destinations. The content comes to you at one single place. The engine goes, the bot goes, collates, and brings it down to you. So I think that's the other change, and that is growing very rapidly. And last is the business model. How does the business model kind of get impacted? So earlier, I know in media people will not agree that it was a fair business model, but there was a business model where platforms send traffic to you and help you monetize it. But in the new era of AI, there is no traffic coming to you. There is no monetization. Your content is being used for creating and training the models. And interestingly for people, I was just reading, I just got a report. This is a copyright and artificial intelligence report. This is from the United States Copyright Office, got released today itself. And it has some very interesting findings where they are saying that AI engines are infringing upon copyrighted content, and this needs to be addressed. So I think this is a very positive development, and all of you pursuing, AI platforms in this regard should look at this report and see, how you can leverage it in your own destinations and countries.
Thank you. Vincent, AFP uses artificial intelligence or not?
It's a simple question. Okay, I will try to summarize a little bit what we are doing actually on this issue. A miracle of a monster, 50-50, of course, as everybody thinks. I mean, for us, it's a big change. Another one, which is coming after the digital, after the COVID, after et cetera. So that's the same for everybody around in this room. For AFP, we're now working on a lot with artificial intelligence, especially as UEFA said before, David, you was talking about the translation and all this work, which is faster and more efficient. And I mean, everybody here is using too. So for video, for translation on a very faster way. So we are using a lot now for all the video content, etc. We are using for many years now, is around 9 or 10 years, about the photography for the facial recognition, which is a huge help and a faster system to help our editors to do a good caption, etc. We are using now also for some other way. We are integrating the artificial intelligence in our system, in our editorial system, not for the translation, but it's really a tool, some tools to help to work for the journalist. The only problem is when you use a tool, you never know where this tool is intrusive, The limit of the system is not clear enough, so we have to put a limitation on that. So on the other way, we are working with a very important work, actually. Maybe Nadine, I don't know if it's possible to send a video to explain, but we have a system now. We are working on a system of authentication, or of content. I mean, it's a key point, because we consider that to fight to the fake news, and which is now, because the artificial intelligence is easy for anyone to do fake, some content anyway, coming fake or whatever. But we want to have a system of authentication of our content. So from the beginning, from the photo camera or from the video camera, we have a system which is, we put a label and a notification, even to the last customer. So this system is following all the steps of our customers, and so everybody which is a client of IFP or subscriber knows exactly what this content is coming from. All the data inside is secured. So this point is very important for us. Is a point to resist, to the phenomenon of the monster, what you are talking about in the panel. So that's the main tracks what we are doing actually. So one side we are using, of course, as everybody, because we need, and is an help, is a tool. And the other side, we are working to securize all the contents.
Thank you, Vincent. In the meantime, Jiju from Xinhua from China join us. Welcome. What is the main danger from AI in press operations?
It's me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Can you hear me? No?
Can you hear me?
Unfortunately,
we can hear you.
We cannot hear him. But
okay,
I cannot hear you now.
You can hear us now? No. Okay. Anyway, Maria Grazia,
Okay,
the
thank you
same
very
question. The same question for you, Maria Grazia. What is the main danger? Oh, sorry. There is a film. Sorry.
That's the short.
Okay. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. Maria Grazia, the same question. Is AI danger in press operations? No. Can anybody hear that? Excuse me, technics. Anybody can hear me that there?
AI-generated anchors, we have
Okay, Maria Grazia, you can hear me.
significantly
Oh no, G.
improved our news production efficiency. And second, we launched a reporting assistant to support journalists throughout the entire news production process. The AI tool developed in-house by Xinhua, by ourselves, offers over many functions, including topic planning, information retrieval, speech-to-text, transcription, lead rewriting, fact-checking, image and text search, etc., etc. Third, we are innovating news presentations methods. AI-generated anchors have been regularly used in daily reporting. Fourth, we have strengthened intelligent content review and precise distribution using technologies like sensitive word recognition, copyright monitoring, and user profiling. We ensure content safety and effective targeting, thereby boosting both communication effectiveness and credibility. However, when using the AI tool, we also face several major challenges. The first is the cost, high cost of technology. Building intelligent editing system and media brain platforms involves substantial ongoing investment. Second is the shortage of interdisciplinary talent. Currently, professionals who understood both journalism and technology are extremely few or scarce, I think. Tech personnel often lack a grasp of journalistic logic, while traditional editors may not fully master AI tools or feel confident using them, making effective human-AI collaboration difficult to realize. And these are the two major challenges we are facing. And the third is the high-quality data resources. Training AI models requires massive amounts of labeled data, yet news data is constrained by privacy, copyright, and other concerns. These three major challenges we are facing need to be solved. If not, I think the AI technology will not be fully utilized in our news reporting. That's my view or my opinion I want to share with my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for now. The film is ready, so we will see this short video. Thank you.
AIP is at the heart of the news images ecosystem. We have built for decades a constant flow of images of news.
Or maybe not.
Archive, forms of negatives, glass plates, unique documents proving the origin of an image. The veracity.
No, we can see it, but we cannot understand it.
With the apparition of generative AI, our profession is facing a new threat in the trust it has built with its viewers, with subscribers. So in a world where digital manipulation has become so easy.
Okay, this is impossible to hear. So we are getting back to our four connections on Zoom. Maria Grazia, hope you can hear me. Maria Grazia, can you hear me? Maria Grazia, can you hear me? Yes, thank you. My first question a few minutes ago was, is AI danger for the press operations? And maybe she's not hearing me. Maria Grazia. Okay, Gallardo, is AI danger for press operations?
Bien, a ver, yo no creo que la IA represente un peligro, más bien representa una oportunidad. Pero es verdad que hay un riesgo. No podemos ser ajenos a que la inteligencia artificial puede ser peligrosa. Yo creo que no es peligrosa para el periodismo, es peligrosa para la sociedad y, por lo tanto, tenemos que reclamarle a los gobiernos y a las instituciones que pongan todos los medios necesarios para controlar el mal uso de la inteligencia artificial. Nosotros los periodistas tenemos que hacer un uso correcto, también lo decía antes Gianni, presidente Merlo, no podemos matarnos a nosotros mismos haciendo un mal uso del periodismo y no podemos matar nuestro oficio ni nuestra profesión haciendo un mal uso de la inteligencia artificial. Pero yo lo veo con optimismo y vuelvo a insistir, esos riesgos que no nos corresponde a nosotros arreglarlos, le corresponde a los gobiernos, son menores que todas las oportunidades que nos ofrece la inteligencia artificial. Nos ofrece, y lo comentaba antes el compañero también, mecanismos para detectar las fake news. Para mí eso es muy importante porque yo creo que el futuro del periodismo pasa porque generemos confianza en la población. La población tiene un riesgo grande, la sociedad, un riesgo grande de fake news, tiene un riesgo muy grande de información que es propaganda, porque ahora todas las instituciones, en nuestro caso todos los deportistas, todos los clubes, todas las federaciones tienen sus canales oficiales, lo que están transmitiendo por ahí es propaganda y hay que hacer entender a la sociedad, a la audiencia, que eso no son noticias, es propaganda. Nosotros, el periodismo, debemos defender nuestras informaciones críticas, nuestros análisis, nuestros trabajos de investigación y tenemos que llevar a la gente a confiar en el periodismo. Y por ahí nos podemos ayudar también de la inteligencia artificial. Hay riesgos, tenemos que apoyarnos en los gobiernos y los gobiernos tienen que actuar, pero hay muchas ventajas y ahí tenemos que ser inteligentes para aprovecharlas.
Gracias. Maria Grazia, the same question to you. Is it dangerous for the press?
Like any technology, it can be used for the right thing, it can be used for the wrong thing. So I can't agree more. There is a lot of potential, there are a lot of possibilities. And this is what we should be focusing on, having the right guardrails in place. And that is, but this is, I think people should ask for them, so there is an awareness issue in my mind. So we tend to see people that either trust the technology, they say yes, yes, yes to all cookies, and off you go, and then you are, all of a sudden grouped in a group of people that have certain views, and you only receive information about those very views. And then there are others that are extremely skeptical, and they are completely adverse to the technology. And this is not good either. Let's face it, never in history, and this is not going to be any difference, there has been the possibility, and for the way I see it, there shouldn't be the willingness to halt the technologies that can do a lot of good. Really, you can solve a number of problems that before were very difficult to solve. You can do very many things. It can improve the productivity, it can improve the well-being of people, if used in the right way. So perhaps, and this is the approach that UNESCO has taken from the very beginning, when we got, already in 2021, adopted the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. The society should ask, given that this is a transformative technology, and we said, and Sanjay also mentioned, it's an evolution that is every week, indeed. But let's say the path of deceleration is really, over the last months, is really skyrocketing. So, we don't know, it's not clear what the technology will bring to us, and it wouldn't be smart or useful to curb it. What it is important, nevertheless, is perhaps to agree on what we do not want technologies to do for society. The kind of harm we are not ready to take and we don't want to take. And then, of course, governments around the world will work out their ways. There will be different approaches, different policy approaches that will try and fix these kind of side effects, unleashing, nevertheless, the potential of AI. I'm also not very negative, but I'm very aware of the many pieces of the puzzle that need to be there to avoid that AI doesn't increase, for instance, some of the inequalities we already see or create new ones. And this is also true in relation to information, for instance. Access to information, ability to distinguish what is true from what is false. And you were saying before, for instance, this initiative the France Press is doing is really like, careful about, okay, by the time there is an image, you can recognize whether it's true or not, or by the time there is any piece of information, to be able to track it back to where it came from and be able to verify the source. So the way, in my mind, the possibilities are immense. And at the moment, we see also another trend, which is also very important, and is that AI is pervading a lot of other sectors that can really change life as we know. So we really need to agree on what we don't want AI to do for us, and then let the developments go in the direction of what can help humanity and each and every one of us, because it's not only as a group that we will benefit from it, and not fear it, with nevertheless some good awareness. And this is kind of basic in my mind, education and awareness about what AI does and cannot do, that we all need.
Thank you. Sanjay, do we have to be afraid of very quick development of AI and, for instance, walking of Arnold Schwarzenegger around and killing the robots? Sorry, we don't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Am I audible now?
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. So as Maria said, you can't halt the progress of technology. The way you deal with it is you learn, adapt, and you fight it where you believe it will cause a larger harm. So I don't think there is any other way to go about dealing with this. There are areas where it helps, and I don't understand Spanish, but I just use the AI companion to understand what our friend was saying in Spanish. Right? I was not taking any notes, which I used to take when I used to do such conferences 2 years ago, because the companion is doing it for me. So so there are, if it is helping people do stuff, you cannot stop the progress. So what we have to do is define the guardrails, define the legal framework under which it will operate. And as far as we are concerned, we are taking baby steps. All use cases internally are human supervised right now, because we are not very sure of how much accuracy you can kind of get out of these systems. So everything is double checked right now, and sometimes we are using one AI product versus another to do the initial level of checking, and then where it's a mismatch, it goes to a human level checking. So I think there are smart ways of using, and as Jack mentioned, there's a cost involved. So we are trying to do small experiments to see what is the ROI on the use, what are the best use cases where value is getting added. And we are talking to the stakeholders to see, how do you really create a business model for it. And I'll again come back to the core thing. My own usage of going to other websites and searching for content has gone down from maybe a scale from 100 to maybe a 5 now. Now that's a massive drop. So, that's like, if you look at from a publishing ecosystem, that's 95 page views lost out of the 100 that I was generating in a month. Everything comes to me. It's like, you're going to a buffet where you go to different counters to get food versus, a la carte, you're getting served everything on your table. I think that's the big change that media companies need to figure out, how to adapt to that. If people are going to get the information via an intermediary without coming to your website, then your whole business model breaks down. And it's interesting because as a customer, I find value in it, and that's why I'm using more and more of it. But as a business owner in the media space, where my revenue comes from eyeball aggregation, it's a big challenge. And the value proposition that I see where we can probably address this challenge is today, out of the 400 people I have in the digital team, 80% sit in office and process content. I think in the next 2 years, 80% will be out in the field, because that's the part AI will not be able to do. 20% will do the processing, which 100 people do today. So I think that's where the shift will happen. We'll all have to relearn, go back to the drawing board, draw our plans again, see how this new technology is going to impact us, and rework our business models.
Thank you. Jack, Xinhua is a very, very, very big media. Do you want or are you controlling AI now, or just letting it grow for some level?
Yes, can you repeat again?
Yeah. Do you let?
So I don't get your question.
No, sorry. In Tsinghua, do you let AI grows, or you just make some boundaries, you just make some levels which you will stop it?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Could you please
Yes, I can.
repeat?
Do you in Tsinghua are making artificial intelligence to let grow until some level, or you already have that level, you already stop it, you already control it?
No, actually, when we are talking about using the artificial intelligence, I think we can control it because the artificial intelligence is a kind of technology. It like a weapon. That is, who will use it, who can use it, how to use it. When we use it properly, it can hugely improve our jobs, improve our job efficiency, and help us do a lot of things. In journalistic review, I think the most challenge is that how we can use the public AI tool while avoiding false news or avoiding false facts. That's the big problem, because the public AI also tend to amuse users. When they amuse users, they will always provide some false facts. So that's the big problem for us. We have to take a lot of time to check the facts if we rely on the public AI tools. So I think maybe we need to have our own model. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your answer. The key word, Vincent, I think was used, ethics. How connected is ethics in media with AI possible ethics in the future or in now time?
I mean, it's a lot of choice, you know, and we are just at the beginning of the possibilities of the system. So we will see on the next, but it's also a financial issue, which is actually extremely important for the survival for the future of our companies. So that's. I mean, we will. The data is the key of the system. So this data is a propriety. So the European community is try to organize a system which is available for all of us and trying to make some rules. So I hope we will get a result as soon as possible, because it's urgent to get the control of that. And to be able to get back the money of our investment on this technology. This technology actually is expensive, but as you know, the winner for the moment is the big Microsoft or Apple, etc., etc. So we need them. We need to work with them, but they need to work with us. So it's a win-win situation, has to be rebalanced. So we will see on the next years what we can do on that. But I mean, is the limit of this system or not? We don't know actually where we are going anyway.
Yes, the limits are high, obviously. Juan Ignacio, the limits are high, we just said. But how can you act in your marca when you have probably the dilemma between to hire somebody or to switch on the AI?
Sí, vamos a ver, nosotros en Marca estamos empezando a usar bastante la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos un sistema de autocontrol que hemos generado nosotros mismos de advertir siempre a nuestro público, a nuestra audiencia, que ese contenido está generado por inteligencia artificial, contenido de cualquier tipo. Nosotros ahora trabajamos en traducciones principalmente, en todo el tema estadístico, en todo el tema de cruzar datos. La inteligencia artificial nos está ayudando mucho también en monetizar nuestra audiencia, que es un problema que tenemos yo creo que todos. Nosotros tenemos una audiencia de aproximadamente 90 millones de usuarios únicos al mes y bueno, esos datos son un valor y la inteligencia artificial nos está ayudando también a personalizar los contenidos, a desarrollar experiencias generativas, bueno, en fin, a fidelizar un poco más la audiencia, pero sí que todo lo que hacemos informamos de que estamos usando la inteligencia artificial. Quería añadir, además de esto, una reflexión que también, en mi opinión, es importante. Estamos aquí periodistas deportivos de 100 países, de todo el mundo, representamos a todo el mundo. Hay algo que la inteligencia artificial no tiene y que nosotros sí, y es que trabajamos con emociones. Nosotros transmitimos emociones, los periodistas deportivos, a nuestra audiencia, a nuestro público. Ahí nos tenemos que sentir también seguros, y lo añado a lo que he dicho anteriormente. La inteligencia artificial no trabaja con emociones y nosotros sí. Con lo cual, creo que tenemos que tener una posición de verdad valiente y una posición atrevida. Tenemos que volver a hacer, y repito lo que ha dicho Gianni, que me pareció interesante. O sea, si nosotros hacemos un trabajo honesto, ofrecemos información rigurosa, ofrecemos confianza a nuestra audiencia y transmitimos emociones, la inteligencia artificial no la debemos considerar como un monstruo, la debemos considerar como una ayuda.
Thank you.
Maybe to add about this question, just a point. You know, when the fake news, all this system arrive, you know, on our business, in AFP, on the last year, we increase the quantity of journalists. We have dedicated more than 150 new journalists to check for the checking for the fake news, checking the fake news. So I mean, at the beginning the story was very negative and the aspect was looking very negative, but at the end we create 150 more jobs, you know. So I hope with the development of the artificial intelligence, we will be able, you know, to switch and to continue this kind of effort, you know.
Nice to hear that. Sanjay, what is the future of press and AI?
I think the future, when any big change happens, is uncertain. And I think that's the challenge people like me are dealing and sleeping over every night and waking up, you know, with sleepless nights. It's difficult to predict, and honestly, like, you know, it's very exploratory right now. We're also trying to figure out the impact. We are trying to gaze into the future and see different scenarios. I can share a couple of ideas. If, for instance, a lot of publishers get a lot of traffic from search, social is almost dead now, but you get a lot of traffic from search and search traffic goes down. That also means a lot of inventory is no longer available, which means there's a supply side constraint that comes into play, which means ad rates could go up. So, you know, there's so many permutations, combinations to it. I also keep asking the AI engines to paint a lot of these scenarios to me, asking these questions, and every time you get a different answer. So it's very difficult to paint what the future is. I think we have to be vigilant. We have to experiment a lot. We have to see how efficiencies can be improved. We have to figure out how, in a scenario where you are not getting a lot of search, how do you manage in that kind of scenario? Building multiple revenue streams is something that we have been focusing on personally. So we had advertising, we have started doing a lot of events, we are doing subscriptions, we are doing content commerce. But all of that is also very dependent on a lot of external traffic coming to you. We have started investing a lot more in building our brand now, because we are not taking the search traffic for granted, you know, in the future. So we're saying, okay, we need to resonate a lot more and talk a lot more about the brand, bring it to the forefront. We are creating content that reaches out to younger audiences because that's another challenging aspect that news sites faced. That young audiences were not coming to news sites, they were going to social media platforms and other places for news access. So I think it's like you're firing in all directions right now because you don't know what the future looks like and what your enemy is. And some of the things will probably show us the way on how this business will evolve from here.
Thank you. Jack, is it easier for the journalist from the rich country to reach?
Hard to.
Yes, you hear me? Jack, you hear me? No? Okay. I will go to Maria Grazia. Maria Grazia, a lot of things change, you said, in only 6 months. What can change in the next 6 months, 6 years, 60 years?
Yeah? It's me?
No, it will be Maria Grazia, then you.
It's very hard to predict the future right now because the technology developed very fast and then too fast, especially in the past few years. So what we can do, I think, right now is keep learning, always learning. Otherwise, I think it lacks a speedy train. What we can do is to keep ourselves on board. If we are left behind, we'll be left behind forever. So I think this, for us, it's very dangerous. For us, it's very dangerous to keep our jobs, I think, if we cannot grasp the pool of AI. Yeah, that's my idea. But it's really very hard to have a clear picture of the future, how AI will develop.
Thank you. Maria Grazia, now your turn. The same question.
So, if I'd answer, I would either be very rich or be Nobel Prize in economics. I'm not either, so that means that I don't think anybody has the clue there. But there are some things that I think are already very clear, and perhaps the sooner we activate ourselves, the better. And they were, to some extent, also mentioned by the colleagues that are on this panel. So the first one is really the importance of maintaining and nurturing social-emotional intelligence. That is, too often the discussion on AI, whatever type of AI we're going to see over the next years and from today onward, is going to require a mix of technical skills, but don't get me wrong, not everybody needs to be able to code, because actually generative AI is helping us speak to whatever system, and they will then produce the code needed, so that's not what I'm talking about. But the ability to kind of have intuition, the ability of scanning the right source, or, you know, having, José Ignacio was talking about research journalism. These are things that, you know, it's very difficult to substitute a person with a machine about. And in addition, it will require also the right network, the right access, the right also ability to scan the horizon and have a bit of this instinct for what it could be, the big piece that might really take the attention of what is really a story that matters for people. So that's something that we need to nurture even more than before. And then there was a point also made by our French colleague that is like, insofar as we try and leverage AI in everything that is human augmenting, the question of the trade-off is not really there. That is like either AI or people. That's not what is going to happen. Many of the use will require our presence at some points of the algorithm deployment or the algorithm use. But this is another thing, you know, that if I could bet, I would, but I can't, let's say. But we already see it now, and this.
Thank you very much.
A word that has been used now for some time, and this is the polarization of skills. That is, what we are seeing with AI, also thanks to generative AI, is that you have people that can use the technology with barely, you know, very little knowledge, but that at the same time might not really be capable to check on a number of parameters that you should, like accuracy, like the fact that it's real, like the fact that it's, you know, it's an accurate recount. On the other hand, and this is something that we will need to do in the future, already many countries are asking themselves, how do we do best this one, is that you will need people that are able to check, to have the human oversight on the systems, on the AI systems, but for the complexity of these systems, the skills, the ability of these skilled people will need to be proportionally much higher than what they used to be. So it's never, so let me take as, as an example what has happened with prompt engineers. So by the time artificial intelligence became more widespread, a few universities actually put forward courses about prompt engineering. That is, how do I ask the machine to do what I really want to do, and how I do it well. Now, it turns out that many of them, given the latest development, especially of generative AI, they realized that there was a lot to buy in, because you need some kind of basic skills to know how to craft a decent prompt. But then the systems are getting so intelligent that actually you don't need an engineer to do that. Also, I can do that, and I'm not an engineer. However, at a certain point, someone will have to decide the level of assessment, the checkpoints, the verification stages, the different loops in the system that allow you to actually be confident that what the system is providing is not inaccurate, to say it at best. And so then you need capabilities that are much higher. Any type of deployment and development that we are seeing in the AI world points to the very same dynamic. And it's the importance of having this, ability to have and nurture our social-emotional skills to complement also what, more routine things that the machine can do for us, but also the polarization of the skills. So the fact that there will need to be people that actually have the competencies and the ability to kick in and say, okay, look, the machine needs to be stopped now because the prediction or the results, the outcomes are not really accurate, nor societally either valuable or actually useful. So these trends are clearly there. The other thing that, and in that case, I'm not making a prediction based on pure taste, but what we observe in the data is that, for instance, the confluence of AI with many other technologies, especially important technologies like neurotech, is opening already the way to enormous potential, like having a person that never was able to walk before to do that, because AI is actually helping reading the signals of the brain. So that's where AI kicks in very strongly. However, what we want to do with that is another question that we have to ask as a society. Our colleagues in the panel said it before, that is like they're using AI, for instance, in order to broaden the scope of those people that read, for instance, so to have more readers, to have a diversified array of supporters of a certain, newspaper or journal or whatever other communication format you want to talk about. This, of course, can be even enhanced by the time we look at the way people react, by the time we include information about how people react, how long I read an article for, how often I change, how often I blink when I look at an article. Like, am I engaged? Am I bored? Am I enticed to read more? So, the possibilities are there, but again, we have also to be careful and look at the crossroad of AI and other technologies, and that's for sure something where we will need to pay attention.
Okay, Maria Grazia, thank you very much. We have a question. I saw the hand, yes? Yes? Please raise your hand.
Hey, thank you so much for the opportunity. I think we had a conversation with Maria during the previous Congress in Seoul, Korea, and we had a conversation and share opinion about the impact and the role of some international associations such as the UNESCO to recognize some associations such as the AIPS as an expert in this field to find out which content is AI generated and which content is originated. Actually, I want to simplify the story by this example. We are sellers. We want to sell content to customer. customer wants to receive original, in my mind, original content that's created by human, experienced human, and is a result of the effort. So right now, if as a buyer you want to check a content, you have just one option, AI checkers. And AI checkers are not reliable. What I know right now is all the international associations such as the UNESCO, or I'm not sure about the other, they investigate, they actually put money and push the technology companies to powerful more the AI checkers. Actually, what we need is trust to experienced journalists. At the same time, as I listen to your speech...
Can you short it a little bit?
Oh, sorry about. Maybe as a journalist, if you just check an article to headline, graphic, language, political situation, you can say that it is AI generated or human created. So in this case, what I offer you and I want to think about that is with the help of some associations such as the UNESCO, some associations such as the AIPS can help you to find out which one is original and which one is not. Thank you.
This was to someone specific or? No. I would like to thank all of you because it was, I can see, very, very, very fruitful. Thank you again for being with us. We will call you again, don't worry. And applause. I would also like Mr. Hidon, our Vice President and the President of AIPS Asia, to present you with some little present from AIPS. Amalvi. Give him. You don't? Go. Thank you very much. Thank you for all our panelists. Now, one more presentation. IJF, International Judo Federation, Nicolas Messner. Is Nicolas here? Oh, yes, he's here. Of course he is. Nicolas.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try to be as fast as possible, but as good as possible as well, because I know that it's been a long day, and we've been all tired, and a lot of information to digest. So first of all, let me thank Gianni Merlo and his team for the invitation and the opportunity to present this afternoon who we are and what we're doing as the International Judo Federation. I'm going to give you some information, but I'm not going to again tell you, oh, we're doing this and that in terms of media, in terms of opportunities that we offer to media during our events. We do a lot. We do like any other federations. We believe also that as a judo sport, that's one of the mottos of our organization, we are more than sports. And I will also put a little bit the emphasis on stories and what we produce, what we can produce through our people, our judo people, and that can be of interest for the media. So I'm Nicolas Messner. I'm the head of media department in the International Judo Federation, and I'm also the Judo for Peace director, member of the Judo for Children, and member of the Development Commission. So you already see that I'm not only media. I mean, I'm covering different aspects because in judo we are doing, we have social impact. We have a social impact through sport, but also through education. So next slide. My presentation is going to just be here to accompany what I'm saying. I'm going to add more information that are not going to be on the screen, that I've also adapted since this morning based on what I've heard. So don't worry if I'm telling something which is not on the screen, but I'm going to try to add more information also to fit to the subject that we've been talking about since this morning. So next slide. That person, some of you may know him, it's Jigoro Kano, it's the founder of judo. He's not only the founder of judo, he's also the one who brought baseball in Japan. He's the one who brought gymnastics in Japan, and he was an educator. And when he created judo in 1882, he wanted to create an educational tool to help the youth to develop. Still today, that's what we're doing. So we're not only a sport, we're also educating people. Next slide. So quickly, the origin of judo, 1882, which still makes us a young sport. Because if you compare to other sporting activities, judo is quite new. The roots are going way back with the samurais and then the ancient fighters in Japan and in Asia. But the sport itself, as we know it, judo was created in 1882. And in 1882, Jigoro Kano wrote, I want to create an activity to develop the mind and the body to create better citizens. That was his motto, his idea when he created judo in 1882 already. Next slide. So just also to give you some basic information, the International Judo Federation was founded in 1951. So we are now a little bit older. And over the years, we have in parallel developed the sport, and judo became a major and important Olympic sport, Olympic activity. But we have also kept developing all our side activities. Actually, they are not side activities, they're really part of who we are. Next slide. So 1956, first World Championships. Next one's going to be in June in Budapest. 1964, first time that judo was introduced as officially in the program of the Olympic Games. And the last Olympic Games in Paris for judo were really, I mean, for the Olympic Games, Olympic movement was a fantastic success, and for judo was also an amazing success with amazing champion, amazing results, and amazing coverage. 1988, first appearance of the women at the Olympic Games, and officially in the program in 1992. And in 2007, and I put that date because, I mean, for us judo people now it's really important, the election of President Visser, because it changed totally the vision and the future of judo. Next slide. In 2009, we launched the World Judo Tour, which is still active today. We have around 20 events per year from the World Judo Tour. It's easy to understand. Grand Prix, Grand Slam, Masters, World Championships give points for the world ranking list. Royal ranking list determines the Olympic qualification. It's really easy. 2011, also we created the World Judo Day. It's on October 28th. It's the birthday of Jigoro Kano, the founder of judo, and it's a day dedicated to the judo values, to the universal values, and to education. So 1 year it can be respect. 1 year it was, the theme was plant a tree, because we have also a sustainability approach. So every year we change the theme, and the new theme for 2025 will be given in June during the IGF Congress. In 2021, an important step for us as a sport, but also as a development and educational activity, the inclusion of the mixed team event at the Olympic Games. It was Tokyo 2020, but happened in 2021. And second edition was in Paris last year. And that event summarizes the spirit of judo. After 7 days of individual competition, you have 1 day of mixed team, when you have under the mat the same number of men, the same number of women, and people competing together for individually, but for the purpose of getting a team medals. And both editions were just amazing, and we are already looking for the next one in Los Angeles. Next slide. So the organizational structure of the IGF is really simple. Next slide. Our members are national federations. We have 206 national federations, member of the IGF, plus 5 continental unions. Decisions are taken, are prepared by the executive committee, voted by the General Assembly like any other main organization, and we are covering most of the territory. I can tell you, I'm traveling the world. I was in Chile 2 weeks ago. I was in Tajikistan last week. I'm now in Morocco. I can stop over anywhere. I can knock at a door, and I will find a dojo, and I will find judo people that can welcome me. That's basically who we are. There are people, judo people all over the world. And I know that there are a few ones in the room already as well. Next slide. So everything we decide is based on work and decision from committees and commissions. So I just listed a few ones. And the media one is the one I'm the head of as Judo for Peace. And all decisions then are voted by the General Assembly and prepared by the Executive Committee. I think I repeated myself. I start to be tired as well. So next slide. So international competition, I already mentioned it a little bit. The World Judo Tour, 20 events per year, Grand Prix, Grand Slams, Masters, World Championships. The flagship event of the International Judo Federation is the World Championships, taking place every year, including the Olympic year now. So we have 4 World Championships every Olympic cycle. Next slide. So the next big event are going to be the World Championships in Hungary in June. And we're going to have, again, the same format as the Olympic Games. 7 days of individual competition, 1 day of team events. The particularity is that all mixed team World Championships so far have been won by Japan, and the 2 Olympic mixed team events have been won by France. So it's a big fight inside the judo family who will be the next World Championships in teams. We have also circuits for cadets, juniors, so for the other age categories. We have circuits for veterans. We have circuits for kata specialists. Next slide. Next one. So one of the big initiatives that we have also beside the competition is the IGF Academy, where we're working hand in hand with Olympic Solidarity, for instance. And the idea is to make sure that any coach in the world can have at least a certain level of knowledge to be able to teach judo in the proper way. So the IGF Academy, I have the last numbers. I will just find them a little bit later because I just needed my glasses, but somewhere on my paper. But it's more than 5,000 coaches now around the world that have benefited of the IGF Academy. So it's something very important that is developing over all the continents and all the countries that are members of the IGF. Next slide. So the social impact and the social and cultural impact of judo, and that picture that you can see was taken in a refugee camp in Turkey, in South Turkey, with Syrian refugees. Since 2014, we have had a big program that I was leading there, and the results have been amazing, and I will talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. So next slide. So everything is based on our values. We often call it the moral code of judo, but actually there are universal values, because if I tell you that inside that moral code you have friendship, honesty, honor, self-control, modesty, politeness, those are not judo values. They are universal values, but they're regrouped in the moral code of judo, and that it started in France some years ago in the 80s, and now it has become global, and every activity, sporting or educational activities, are based on those values. And we can also add, of course, respect, humility, and perseverance. Next slide. So practicing a sport is also taking care of the well-being of people. Again, I'm going to repeat myself, but we're talking about high-level athletes, top athletes, but we are talking also about all generations, from young children. We can start judo at 4 or 5 years old with what we call baby judo. Then 6 years old, you can start with a white belt, and then step by step, year after year, reach the black belt, and then keep going, being a competitor or not, being a teacher, being a referee, being an official in a club. We have to take care of everyone. Next slide. So that project, which is really dear to my heart, I was put in contact, personally speaking. I was an athlete myself years ago in another life. Then I started to use judo in Africa, in Burundi, to be more precise, as a social development tool during the civil war. That project put me in contact with the IGF because I was also involved in media, and I was at the time working for FISU, who did a presentation this morning. I also became the media director for the International Judo Federation. But having the chance to at least give a smile to one child every year, and I say at least, but to give a smile to one child who had no chance in life, who had to flee his or her country, who had to face traumas and dramas, is just amazing. But today we're not only giving the smile to one child, we're giving the smile to thousands of children. So we have programs in Turkey. You saw the picture a little bit earlier. That picture is in South Africa, where we are based in Johannesburg mainly. But in Zambia, I have 3 refugee camps running with judo activities, one in Malawi, one in Zimbabwe. Kenya is under construction, and we are relaunching Jordan now. We have been also supporting the IGF refugee team with the athletes being included in the refugee team during the Olympic Games. They participate in the individual competition, but also in the mixed team event, both in Tokyo and in Paris. Next slide. Building the next generation, we have the Judo for Children programs. More than 160 countries have joined the program so far. More than 70,000 children every year can participate in judo in school activities and Judo for Children. Next slide. And the interesting story, it was launched by a former world champion and Olympic medalist from the Netherlands, Ruben Hoeks, who during his sporting career also started to dedicate time to education. We have a global media approach. So that's the end of my presentation. As I said, just go back to the previous slide, please. Just the previous one. So, just to conclude my presentation, as I said, I want it to be as short but as good as possible. So, as media director, we have a lot of activities concerning the media. I've noted some of the main figures. On the IGF website, over the last year and a half, we've published 1,500 news articles on the website, which is huge. We have sent more than 150 press releases. And we have created a new platform, which you can see on the 3rd position, Judo TV, where we offer contents, exclusive contents, live transmission, documentaries about judo and so on. And Judo TV, over the last year and a half, we have more than 3 million watching hours on our platform. Why I'm telling you that is just because we have stories to offer you, media people. We know that you're looking for stories. We know that you're looking for contents. We can, as an organization, but through our network as well, offer you hours, tons of information, tons of subject to cover, from grassroots level, young children practicing judo, development activities, IGF Academy, teachers, referees, refugee program, helping people. We have the contents more than what we can deal with. So don't hesitate to contact us, to be in contact also with our national federations, our Continental Union. We will be more than happy to provide information, to help you, to connect you with the judo people, because we also know that judo is not necessarily a simple sport to understand when you watch it first. I know it's really easy to understand football. It's more difficult to understand judo. But through judo, we can reach the people, we can reach the issues they're facing, and we can help them finding solutions to get a better life. So thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you the best of luck and the best for the next 2 days. So thank you again, and if you have any questions or if you want to contact me, I'm available. I'm leaving Morocco on Saturday, so don't hesitate to contact me, and I will be happy to provide you with information. Thank you.
Nicholas will stay with us because our executive committee member, Mr. Joe Langer, will give him a little present. Me too.
You too.
Thank you. Maybe see you in Budapest.
I will be there. He's the father of Barbara Marx.
This is yours.
Yes, thank you.
Take it. Please do not leave mobile phones on this stage. Now we have a very interesting presentation of Special Olympics. Usually we have this presentation, and it is always very interesting. Today with us is Jeff Lard, lead football development. So Jeff, please.
Perfect. Well, thank you to Gianni and the AIPS family for having us here today, for the opportunity to be here in Rabat to talk all things Special Olympics football. So my name is Jeff Lahard. I am the lead for global football development for Special Olympics, and I'm here today representing over 4 million Special Olympics athletes worldwide. As I'm sure you're aware from last year's presentation from my colleague and friend Ciara Boylan, Special Olympics is a sports organisation which uses sport as a catalyst for social change. But I'm here today to talk specifically about football, and in particular Special Olympics football, and the impact that the world's most popular sport has on the lives of people with intellectual disabilities, and highlighting how we as an organisation are working towards offering the best possible football opportunities for people with intellectual disabilities. Next slide, please. So I want to start with some numbers. So football is the world's biggest sport, and it's no different in the world of Special Olympics. We are represented in over 180 countries and jurisdictions. We have over 640,000 football players globally, and expertly facilitated by skilled and certified coaches. Next piece, please. So, of the 640,000 players that we have, just under 450,000 of those are male, just over 191,000 of those are female players. But what opportunities do we have for Special Olympics football players? In fact, we have over 16,000 football competitions annually. So think about that for a second. 16,000 competitions. That's over 1,300 competitions a month, over 300 competitions a week, and just over 40 competitions a day. Each one of those competitions is an opportunity for a person with intellectual disability to train and compete regularly and participate in football like anyone else on the planet. The competitions that we offer range in variety, from a local blitz offered by a grassroots club to our frontier competition, the Unified Football World Cup, and everything that fits in between. Next slide, please. So, Special Olympics football is a cohesive, targeted, and synergized approach to sport development. None of this happens without the work that's done at a local level, grassroots level, national level, or regional level. And we're only as good as the work that's done at each of those levels. Like the cogs you see on the screen here, as one moves, it influences the other. But how do we influence the factors? How does Special Olympics influence mindsets, attitudes, and preconceived ideas? Next slide, please. We do it through sport development, or sport for development. So I want to encourage you to look at this picture for a moment. We see Special Olympics Morocco athletes poignant for the occasion that we're here in Rabat celebrating. with elation, while we see Special Olympics Korea devastated. All this brought about by the same moment, the same action, in the same game, all through the same sport. And this just goes to show that sport isn't always about winning and success. It doesn't always result in medals or trophies, but there's always lessons to be learned. While I could give you a definition of what sport for development is, I think it's best to see and hear that from a Special Olympics footballer. So I want to let you hear from Bradley Stewart from Special Olympics Great Britain. Next slide, please.
If I'd never started playing football, I just don't think I'd ever be who I am now. I think I'd be more in my room and not really do anything.
A lot of the players are told you're not good enough. They are good enough. Give them a chance. That's all they want is a chance. We have had challenges when he was younger. You know, didn't want to do stuff, you know what I mean, isolated himself.
I went to a mainstream school and I was bullied. They didn't really understand, they didn't really get people with special needs.
About an hour before, Bradley didn't want to go. He was up in his bedroom, he got quite upset.
Nervous, didn't want to go.
For the opening ceremony, he didn't actually come to that because he was quite nervous, which is fine. This is the United States, when we played the United States team line-up. That's when he scored 4 goals, wasn't it?
Brings back memories.
I was actually crying after he scored that goal. As a coach and as a dad, it was such a proud moment.
Unbelievable. Didn't think I'd ever get that opportunity. Massively, it's helped me with all my confidence.
He's just come on so much, and that's thanks to Special Olympics, what they've done for him. His confidence gone through the roof.
Thank you very much.
If I didn't go, I don't think I'd have ever got a job. Socialising a bit more, meeting new people. It's grateful that they understand me.
Next slide. So Bradley's story is just one of millions, but it's a fantastic representation of why Special Olympics is a leading sport for development organisation, using football as that tool for social change. Bradley takes part in unified football, so that's where people with and without intellectual disabilities play together on the same team, they train and compete, and creates more inclusive communities. Not only has Bradley's physical health improved, but his regular training and competition has also significantly improved his mental health, and that's all through football. The education element that we see on screen here does not just apply to Bradley's education, but the education that Bradley and his peers provide to others about including people with intellectual disabilities in their communities. And leadership. Sport is one of the best tools for bringing about leadership qualities in people. Bradley's leadership is evident, not only on the field of play, where he leads by example, but also wears the captain's armband, but off the pitch, where he shows that people with intellectual disabilities are valuable contributors to society. Next slide, please. So, how is Special Olympics using football to change the world and get more Bradleys on the pitch? How are we developing the game to meet the expectations of people with intellectual disabilities? Next slide. We're enhancing the quality of competitions. Next slide, please. So remembering that we have over 16,000 competitions annually, we are raising the standards through various areas, whether that be the standards of coaches and the expectations for them to be appropriately certified, whether it's referees and officials, or the introduction and the use of technology and statistics, and utilising competitions that we have to enhance grassroots football development, not just for the host country, but all countries that are competing also. Next slide. We're increasing accessibility. Next slide again, please. So that's not just access to venues. It's the elements that people take for granted. It's inclusion as a whole. It's access to clubs, to leagues, to federations. It's access to education, communities, healthcare, and employment for people with intellectual disabilities, just like we saw from Bradley's experience. Next slide, please. We're leveraging partnerships. Next slide again. We're working with the likes of UEFA and CONMEBOL to provide opportunities for athletes with intellectual disabilities to participate and contribute to events. That could be as coaches, as officials, as match commissioners, as volunteers, or even as commentators. We're giving people with intellectual disabilities the opportunity to represent their country, represent the club with pride and determination, and showcase the hard work and dedication that they've put in to donning the jersey of their club and represent that crest with passion. And these partnerships are so important to the work that we do. Next slide, please. And again, yeah, there we go. So these are just an example of 4 partners that we work with. We work collaboratively with these partners to create a more inclusive football opportunities. In addition to organizations like regional confederations, clubs, leagues, grassroots clubs, whatever it might be, we have strategic partnerships with over 110 national football federations. That's 110 federations who want to drive forward inclusion and give people with intellectual disabilities the opportunity they're entitled to. Next slide, please. So I've given you a lot of information there about what we do and what we want to do, but now I want to touch on how we do it and how we're going to do it. Just like any good coach, we have a plan. Next bit there, please. A strategy, in fact. So on World Football Day, on May 25th, Special Olympics is going to launch its first ever global football development strategy. Great. So what does that mean? This strategy is a 5-year plan which will align the work that we do in our regions and programs to ensure that we're all pushing together to continue to provide opportunities for people with intellectual disabilities to play football. It aligns our overall organizational goals through football, but also incorporates the UN Sustainable Development Goals to ensure that we're achieving or scoring the same goals through football. In a way, this is our game plan that we want our team to execute. But that's all you're getting from me today. You'll have to tune in on May 25th to see any more. Next slide, please. So, to close this out, I have a call to action for you all. Where will we see you? Will it be at one of our 16,000 competitions that goes on annually? Next piece, please. Will it be at our European Football Week events, starting this Saturday and continuing on through May 24th across all 55 European countries? Will you support our celebrations of UN World Football Day on May 25th with our strategy launch, but also stories from each of our regions celebrating the opportunities that people with intellectual disabilities have through football? Or will it be at our flagship event, the Unified Football World Cup in 2026, the host of which is going to be announced in the next couple of months after an extremely competitive bidding process gone down to the wire, the host of which will be chosen soon to host this prestigious event and be one of the most inclusive football events ever seen. And of course, we're looking forward to coming back to Morocco in 2030 for the world's biggest football event, the Jewel of the Crown, the 2030 FIFA World Cup. And Special Olympics are looking forward to playing our part in the build-up and the legacy of that event also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Our executive committee member, Vincenzo Datoli, will give you a little bit of reminder. Thank you very much. I think when I see you, it's a time for coffee break. 10 minutes.
Tomar el vuelo casi a la salida hacia Marruecos. Acontece que tengo el... Estimados congresistas, señor presidente. Estimados
Hello. Could you please take your seats? Thank you. So, if it's possible, can you shut the door, close the door? AIPS had a long time cooperation with Central Caribbean sports. So for us, it's very important to promote everything that they have. Unfortunately, their president could not be with us, but he was very active, and he sends us a video so we can find out everything about the sports and everything about our cooperation, not only now, but also in the future. I would like to ask to see the video. Thank you. To see the video, thank you. Okay. Can we see the video, please? Obviously not. So I must shout again on the corridor. Can we see the video, please? So Central Caribbean Sports is launching now.
Congresistas, señor presidente Gianni Merlo, qué gratísimo placer dirigirme a todos ustedes. Me complace esta conversación que penosamente para mí es de manera virtual, ya que tenía programado asistir, inclusive con todo listo, pero razones de fuerza mayor me impidieron tomar el vuelo casi a la salida hacia Marruecos. Acontece que tengo el mismo oficio de la comunicación en el periodismo, pero en otras áreas que no es el deporte. Y siempre hay una razón poderosa que te obliga a estar en tu territorio. Pero me satisface tener la ocasión de dirigirme a ustedes. Quiero decirles que en el reciente pasado, específicamente en noviembre del año pasado y en enero de este año, tuve interesantes conversaciones como presidente de Centro Caribe Sports con don Ernesto Ortiz y con el presidente Merlo. Con Ernesto examinamos un poco la situación del deporte y específicamente la prensa deportiva. Y con el presidente Merlo, a quien agradezco su distinción y su interés, revisamos en Lausanne, Suiza, en ocasión de nuestra función como miembro del Comité Olímpico Internacional y presidente de Centro Caribe Sport, que pudiéramos trabajar en conjunto para nuestras organizaciones, para nuestros continentes, especialmente en América y sobre todo para el mundo del deporte. Qué feliz coincidencia. Su organización arriba a 100 años. Nuestra organización arriba a 100 años. Si lo sumamos, son 200 años de experiencias. Nosotros en la dirigencia deportiva, ustedes en la comunicación, en el periodismo. Vengo de una escuela de siempre valorar el trabajo del periodista deportivo. Razón simple, son ustedes quienes nos hacen engrandecer nuestros actos. Tendría mucho espacio para poder valorar eso, pero la madurez de sus años y lo limitado del tiempo, solamente me limito a decir que soy un consuetudinario reconocedor de la labor de la prensa deportiva. Inclusive llego siempre lejos. Le digo a los dirigentes, le digo a los atletas, no tengáis miedo de la prensa. Tener a la prensa de aliados. Buscad a la prensa no solamente cuando tienes éxito, sino cuando necesitas o tienes una dificultad. No nos escondamos. Ha sido mi discurso de vida. Precisamente, quería ser partícipe a ustedes en este importante congreso de nuestros planes, que en principio fueron acogidos por el presidente Merlo. ¿De qué se trata? Pienso que debemos ayudar con su experiencia, con la cana de los años de nuestros trabajos, a la formación de la nueva casta de periodistas deportivos. Nuestros jóvenes a veces diluyen en pasos que necesitan el refuerzo de la academia, de la experiencia y de la profesionalidad de este ejercicio de comunicación. Por eso hemos pensado en el proyecto de jóvenes reporteros en Centro Caribe Sport y comenzar en Centro Caribe Sport, en ese Caribe que tanta gloria le ha dado a sus islas, con tantas victorias en los escenarios grandes, en Centroamérica y el Caribe grande. Ahí tenemos grandes historias. Nosotros hemos hecho un esfuerzo y hemos decidido en Centro Caribe Sport recogerlas y no dejarla al espacio del tiempo que se pierde en el viento. Todo lo contrario, hemos decidido anidarlas en las huellas que caminan con la historia. Aquí está nuestro proyecto Huellas, Huellas de París. ¿Qué hicimos? Con el trabajo de nuestros periodistas deportivos, personas curtidas en el tiempo, algunos con experiencia en varios Juegos Olímpicos, nuestro director ejecutivo de Centro Caribe Sport, conformamos el proyecto Huellas, que fue aquel que fue a caminar con reporteros jóvenes de nuestras islas en los tiempos de preparación de nuestros atletas. Y pudimos con intuición ver cómo iban sus entrenamientos y recogimos sus huellas y quedaron plasmados antes de París. Oh, buen destino, que muchos de estos trabajos quedaron plasmados en esta memoria, que son las memorias de las huellas de Centroamérica y el Caribe en París 2024. Algo similar queremos compartir con esta legendaria institución que es la AIPS. compartir esfuerzos juntos. Nosotros queremos aprender de su experiencia en todos los continentes. Queremos mancomunar los esfuerzos. Nuestros deportistas lo necesitan. Reforzar la prensa deportiva es una meta que todo dirigente deportivo debe anidar. Señores congresistas, agradezco la distinción de su tiempo. Agradezco la disposición de que ambas instituciones caminemos de la mano. Ofrezco nuestro tiempo, nuestros espacios y el interés de nuestras agendas para convertir a nuestra organización en un verdadero aliado de la prensa deportiva. Concédanos el honor de trabajar juntos. Hagamos de los jóvenes reporteros lo que son ustedes, ejemplos para seguir. Sigamos contribuyendo al deporte. Démosles más de nosotros. Y ahora apelo en el final de mis palabras, conjugar el otoño de sus años con la mejor de las verdades que quisiera decir. Su experiencia, su trabajo, sus 100 años los queremos ligar a Centro Caribe Sport. Ustedes son una institución de orgullo. Gracias por su atención. Le agradezco la oportunidad y me declaro abierto con toda sinceridad para juntos trabajar por el futuro del deporte y en especial de los jóvenes reporteros.
And now, Julian Alfred takes command. Forbes is trying to come on late. Look at Alfred, the world indoor champion. Brilliant performance. Goes away from them. Oh, that was great. 10.79 seconds for Julian Alfred. 10.79. That's a new lifetime best.
Le damos 5 normal, y después hacemos nosotros 5 con 20 y caminamos. Es un poquito mejor, es un poquito mejor. Todavía, Marta, todavía. Las hago también, pero lo cambio de etapa. Cuando terminamos esta etapa, entonces utilizo lo que es la diagonal. Me gusta mucho, porque la trabajo hasta descalzo.
Well, that was Central Caribbean sport, and now we are going to the domestic sport. Two federations will represent their work, African Volleyball Confederation and Royal Moroccan Football Federation. We will start with Bushra Hajjaj. She is president of African Volleyball Confederation. And don't forget, Ms. Hajjaj is asking or want us tomorrow, on the same place we were yesterday, she is offering a dinner. So who had some time, in 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, it will be buses in front of our hotel. At 8 o'clock, we'll start the dinner. So you have any information. Bushra Hajjaj, please, lady. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous, good evening all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, it's okay. Good evening all. Even it's very difficult to speak on behalf and in front of experts in journalism and media. Bonjour à tous. Allow me, if you have a translator, it's more easy for me to speak in French. Okay? So it's a big honor, c'est un grand honneur aujourd'hui pour moi. You are in French or in English? That I can switch. Français. Okay. Because if you are more French speaking, I will speak in English. If it's français. Très bien. Les francophones ont gagné alors. Bonjour à tous, chers représentants des médias presse écrite, audiovisuelle, télévision, et au niveau Maroc, au niveau continental et au niveau international. C'est un grand honneur aujourd'hui pour moi de vous présenter l'activité brièvement de la Confédération africaine de volleyball, et surtout qu'aujourd'hui est de partager avec vous notre progrès et notre vision. Et c'est la première fois où je me mets en face de ces sommités africaines et internationales au niveau de la presse. Aujourd'hui, nous avons une mission commune. Notre mission, c'est de faire connaître l'histoire de nos athlètes, faire connaître l'histoire de nos compétitions et la raconter by the storytelling ou la narrative. Donc, brièvement, brièvement, aujourd'hui, au niveau de la Confédération africaine, nous travaillons sur 7 axes ou piliers pour la restructuration de notre institution. J'ai pris les rênes de la Confédération en 2021. Dans une période de Covid, donc pratiquement on a eu 2 années où on travaillait de loin et à distance, et donc ça nous a permis pendant ces 2 années de travailler sur la structuration de notre institution, et donc à savoir l'administration et les finances, où on a pu restructurer tous les domaines au niveau administratif et les finances, formation et développement des stakeholders, de toutes les parties prenantes, donc à savoir les officiels, les secrétaires généraux, les arbitres, les statisticiens, les entraîneurs, etc. Équipement et installations sportives, donc au niveau du continent africain, où on a aidé un tant que soit peu pour mettre en place la logistique et l'infrastructure au niveau des pays africains. Organisation des compétitions répondant aux meilleurs standards internationaux. Préparation des joueurs de haut niveau, comme malheureusement on n'a pas des centres d'excellence comme c'est un peu partout en Europe ou en Asie. Donc on essaie un tant que soit peu ramasser ou sélectionner l'élite au niveau du continent et les ramener au Maroc pour des training camps ou des stages de formation. Et puis après, le dernier pilier, c'est la diversification des sources de financement où on essaye donc de voir des partenaires pour pouvoir nous aider à implémenter notre vision et notre objectifs. Next. Donc là, nous travaillons de façon scientifique sous un tableau de bord où on a mis en place des objectifs et on fait un suivi régulier où nous pouvons voir les avancées du premier cycle olympique. Next. Rapidement, là, je vais citer un certain nombre de highlights ou de moments forts au niveau de la Confédération africaine où aujourd'hui on a une gouvernance solide, une gouvernance financière. La KVB a reconnu ou a gagné en reconnaissance, attirant de nouveaux partenaires pour multiplier les ressources de financement. Les compétitions ont vu une amélioration continue et donc bien sûr que la participation des jeunes catégories, moins 15 ans, moins 16 ans, reste un défi où il faut multiplier les efforts. Next. Là, brièvement, c'est le nombre de compétitions que nous avons. Aujourd'hui, nous avons nous gérons 2 disciplines olympiques, donc à savoir le volleyball de salle ou en indoor, et puis le beach volleyball, et puis le snow volleyball, c'est le volleyball de neige, mais il est en exhibition. Là, les Jeux olympiques passés, on a fait une exhibition à Lausanne, mais ce n'est pas encore entré dans les 3 disciplines olympiques. Donc ça, brièvement, c'est les compétitions que nous avons et toutes, pratiquement, ils sont en nombre au niveau de chaque année, ils sont en nombre de 12, à savoir les championnats des clubs champions, hommes et dames, championnat des nations, d'Afrique des nations, hommes et dames, et les championnats des jeunes, et puis le beach volleyball, toutes catégories confondues. Et évidemment, toutes ces disciplines sont qualificatives au championnat du monde avec une qualification olympique chaque année, mais malheureusement, c'est-à-dire contraire à l'Europe ou l'Asie, on a un seul représentant du continent africain au niveau des Jeux olympiques et pour les deux dernières éditions, c'était le Maroc qui a représenté le continent africain. Suivant. Donc ça, relativement, c'est des vidéos, c'est des photos retraçant nos compétitions. Next. Là, c'est les équipes. Ceux-là sont comptés les qualifications zonales. Parce que l'Afrique a 54 pays. Nous nous sommes organisés en 7 zones. Donc, il y a des qualifications zonales avant d'arriver au championnat continental qui est le championnat d'Afrique. Next. Ça, c'est le représentant du Royaume du Maroc au niveau du continent africain. Donc, c'est le Maroc au niveau de Paris 2024. Ça, nous avons un axe très important, c'est la formation. Pour nous, la formation, c'est un levier de développement de compétences. Donc, nous visons absolument sur la formation de toutes les parties prenantes et dans tous les domaines relatifs au sport en général et au volleyball en particulier. Aujourd'hui, une nouveauté qu'on essaie d'introduire, c'est la transformation numérique ou digital transformation, donc où on essaie aujourd'hui, à travers les systèmes ERP, de mettre en place aujourd'hui, connaît la télévision ou pas avec les jeunes générations, tout le monde sort son smartphone, donc on essaie que toutes les compétitions à travers le live streaming et à travers un lien, ils sont diffusés sur les 54 pays et au-delà au niveau international. Donc tout le monde suit nos activités et donc aujourd'hui, la diffusion en direct de tous les événements se fait via live streaming, le lancement d'un nouveau site web qu'on a mis en place, puis les médias sociaux. Donc on essaie d'être un peu présente sur toute la plateforme digitale pour une meilleure visibilité, parce qu'on ne peut pas avoir la prétention d'avoir la popularité du foot. Donc on essaye d'être un peu plus présent. Next. Aujourd'hui aussi, la KVB a réussi à établir une nouvelle image forte au fil de ces 4 ans, ce qui permet d'engager les parties prenantes. La KVB est heureuse de ses efforts en matière de bonne gouvernance, de travail acharné et être reconnue à l'échelle régionale, continentale et même internationale, comme j'étais honorée dernièrement de recevoir le meilleur prix d'ordre de mérite au niveau africain lors des Jeux Olympiques de Paris 2024. Next. Également, on a essayé pour multiplier, et dans le cadre de politique de l'ouverture, la KVB a accueilli plusieurs ministres des Sports au niveau du siège, qui est au niveau du siège à Rabat, dans le Royaume du Maroc. Donc on a essayé de recevoir plusieurs personnalités. Et dont l'objectif, bien sûr, c'est pour soutenir le volleyball dans leur territoire. Les objectifs du mandat prochain 2024, c'est satisfaire en permanence les exigences toujours de bonne gouvernance et mettre en place le volleyball et le beach volleyball dans toutes les fédérations nationales avec une politique d'inclusion et d'accès à la parité et aux femmes et aux jeunes filles dans la pratique et au niveau des postes de responsabilité. Également, aider les fédérations nationales à surmonter les obstacles en matière de financement et de capacité et de gouvernance, réduire les inégalités et efforcer de faire en sorte que les 54 pays d'Afrique participent aux compétitions d'abord zonales et continentales, et en dernier lieu, poursuivre le développement des infrastructures et des équipements sportifs. Next. Donc toujours nous inscrivant dans le développement et l'accueil des manifestations sportives continentales et internationales, un financement adéquat qui... It's okay for you? Créer des activités qui mobilisent plus de 80% des ressources humaines de toutes les fédérations nationales, développer et promouvoir une image de marque appropriée, appréciée par les instances continentales et internationales, et aller à la rencontre du public et les fans pour gagner cette confiance avec les fans autour de nos compétitions. Next. Ça, c'est le volet aussi, consolider le cadre de la gouvernance. Donc, on a essayé de renforcer les structures de gouvernance, les statuts actualisés, un système de contrôle interne au niveau des finances qui n'existait jamais. Donc, tous nos finances, pratiquement, il y a 6 degrés de contrôle, donc avec toutes les parties prenantes. Donc, la KVB a essayé de se concentrer sur le renforcement de sa gouvernance institutionnelle. Next. Également, on a essayé de renforcer les partenariats existants, favoriser les relations avec les partenaires actuels et rechercher de nouvelles collaborations qui est mutuelle et sera bénéfique pour tout le continent africain. Il y a aujourd'hui un parrainage commercial, donc on s'est engagé auprès des multinationales pour un parrainage et un soutien. Pas loin, j'étais en négociation avec le représentant de Beansport, Monsieur Naufel, donc je ne sais pas où est-ce qu'il est. On est toujours en négociation avec Sport5 pour prendre toutes nos compétitions. Et l'idée, c'est faire... Parce qu'il n'y a pas que le football. Il y a les autres sports. Et surtout, quand on a un stade juridique, légal, une organisation structurée, donc il faut vendre ce produit. Et c'est comme ça que je vous ai dit, on a une mission commune. Cette mission, c'est de faire parler de nos athlètes, faire parler de nos compétitions pour le bien de tout un chacun. Next. Là, brièvement, pendant les 2 dernières années, j'étais reçue par 6 chefs d'État. Donc, et l'idée, c'est faire un rayonnement autour du volleyball et pour que malheureusement, parce qu'au niveau de nos ministères, le sport est géré par les différents départements ministériaux. Et donc l'idée, à ce que les chefs d'État soutiennent le sport sous leur territoire. Et pour l'anecdote, je vais vous dire, un jour, je me trouvais au Burundi. Donc, salut à ma frangine du Burundi. Et donc... Et donc, j'étais avec le chef d'État et il pleuvait, il a commencé à pleuvoir. Et le chef d'État, son Excellence Monsieur Avariste, était très gêné parce qu'ils n'ont pas de salle couverte. Et donc, il m'a dit, Madame, je vous promets, dès que vous rentriez, je vais financer. Et aujourd'hui, c'est fait. Ils ont une salle de sport. Et donc, vous ne pouvez pas imaginer le plaisir que je ressens à chaque passage. On essaie de sensibiliser les chefs d'État, etc., pour soutenir le sport dans leur pays. Next. Toujours, on est inscrit, pour l'anecdote aussi, quand je suis arrivée, il y a 24 pays d'Afrique qui n'ont pas d'arbitre international. Et donc, on a essayé aujourd'hui de réduire le gap et on est à 3 pays qui n'ont pas d'arbitre international. Donc, durant ces 3 ans, on a essayé de former les arbitres, les coachs, etc., pour qu'au moins à chaque pays, il ait un arbitre international qui puisse représenter le pays dignement. Next. Là, c'est toujours les efforts fournis pour le développement des jeunes et c'est pour la première fois dans l'histoire du continent africain au niveau du volleyball qu'on a des compétitions continentales qualificatives au championnat du monde, moins 15 ans, moins 16 ans. Et vous ne pouvez pas imaginer le plaisir et le bonheur de ces jeunes enfants qui compètent pour représenter dignement leur pays. Là, toujours, c'est à la recherche de nouvelles ressources. Nous essayons d'identifier et développer les nouvelles sources de revenus, améliorer les plateformes digitales et numériques, lancer les plateformes numériques pour la vente de billets, de merchandising et l'engagement des supporters. Donc, nouveaux parrainages et partenariats et intégration pour améliorer les programmes d'entraînement, l'analyse des matchs à travers les statistiques, le e-score sheet, etc. Donc, notre arrivée aujourd'hui, c'est pour mettre de la technologie au service de nos compétitions et pour répondre aux meilleurs standards internationaux. Au suivant. Donc là, c'est, comme je vous ai dit, tous nos matchs aujourd'hui se font par le live streaming. Et donc, qu'on soit en Égypte, au Maroc, au Cameroun, au Zimbabwe, on est connecté et tout le monde suit les matchs de volleyball. Next. Aujourd'hui, l'institution KVB prend des initiatives environnementales. Donc, elle veille à ce que le volleyball contribue à des projets durables en Afrique. Donc, installation respectueuse de l'environnement. On essaie aussi d'associer toutes les communautés locales pour développer des installations sportives respectueuses à l'environnement. Programme de recyclage, laisser des terrains propres, etc. Donc, toutes ces campagnes vertes ont pour objectif de promouvoir la sensibilisation à l'environnement par le biais des campagnes liées au volleyball. Next. Alors, les relations avec les médias. Pour être honnête, et je suis connue pour être une femme franche, il y a une faible couverture médiatique par rapport au sport traditionnel, par rapport au foot, par rapport à l'athlétisme, par rapport à... Il y a une sous-promotion des tournois et des athlètes. Next. Et puis, il y a un manque de narration cohérente. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on a de grands athlètes au niveau africain. Ce dont on a besoin aujourd'hui, c'est de les prendre comme icônes, comme icônes, de veiller sur ce storytelling. On ramène les meilleures icônes africains et eux, ils doivent inspirer les jeunes générations pour suivre leur chemin. Donc, next. Alors, la KVB aujourd'hui est en train de mettre en une stratégie 2025-2028. Cette stratégie essaye de recenser d'abord les compétitions phares, c'est les seniors hommes et dames et les qualifications des Olympiques. On essaie aussi d'harmoniser, de centraliser tout ce qui est digital au niveau du plateforme, en ayant un historique data, en ayant des matchs comme highlight ou point fort, et puis avec des experts au niveau des analyses. Nous essayons aujourd'hui de mettre en place, parce que ce que nous avons essayé, c'est de nommer un attaché presse sur chaque pays. Donc, on a 54 attachés de presse. On a 54 attachés de presse. On essaye d'harmoniser le travail entre eux pour faire parler du volleyball, surtout le continent africain. On essaie aussi d'améliorer notre façon de faire sur le social media, sur le digital et puis surtout sur la parité. Et on aimerait avoir une parité ou s'approcher de la parité avec les parties prenantes. Donc, suivant, là, c'est le plan d'action que nous avons mis pour approcher les médias. Et de par ce message, je souhaiterais que vous nous aidiez aussi et à couvrir aussi le volleyball et puis prendre aussi attache avec tous nos attachés de presse dans les 50 pays pour, quand il s'agit de championnat d'Afrique, de compétition continentale, mais quand il s'agit de qualification olympique au championnat du monde, toute la presse est concernée. Go. Donc, nous souhaitons avoir un partenariat avec les médias de la presse africaine, donc, et puis pour la promotion surtout de la success stories ou les succès de tout à chacun. Et aussi, également, on essaie de renforcer le digital et les partenaires à travers la campagne. Au suivant. 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 Là, c'est relativement, peut-être je vais vous inviter à faire un résumé de ma succincte présentation. Donc, I don't know if we can do the video, they can summarize what I'm saying. Huh? Someone has a video? Not yet.
olímpico por segunda vez. Quiero felicitar a esta ciudad, a su gobierno, quiero felicitar a la Confederación Africana de Voleibol por haber organizado un evento tan hermoso con esta altísima calidad en esta bella ciudad de Tetuán. Creo que África se encuentra en un momento magnífico y especialmente Marruecos por haber logrado con mucho trabajo este triunfo para representar a su país en los Juegos Olímpicos de 2024.
I would like to thank the Morocco National Federation, Morocco government to host this competition here in Tetuan, Martil. So the competition was very good. The organization was fantastic. The people who work supporting this competition, the volunteers, the referees, everyone put all the effort, and we had a very successful tournament.
Et je dirais que le Maroc, vraiment, vous êtes les as de l'organisation, vous êtes les as de l'accueil. Comment on a été accueillis vraiment comme des rois ici.
Y es una buena oportunidad para felicitar la gran obra que se está erigiendo en Marruecos, bajo la conducción de Su Majestad Mohamed VI, que sin duda alguna ha promovido para este país una vida mejor, mayor calidad, mayor seguridad y sobre todo mayor felicidad.
بداية أود أن أهدي هذا الانتصار وهذا التأهل إلى الأولمبياد باريس 2024 إلى مولانا المنصور بالله صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله.
Je vous remercie pour votre attention et mon message à vous, ce public magnifique mérite votre respect, mérite votre attention. Donc j'ai un message, parce que comme on a une mission commune, venez, rejoignez-nous à parler de l'histoire du volleyball africain et à parler de nos athlètes. Je vous remercie.
Okay. I would like to call my distinguished colleague, the member of EC of AIPS, Hiroshi Takeuchi, to present a medal.
He's my father. Thank you. Mr. Louis is my spiritual father. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, President. Thank you.
They find a mutual connection. And now about football. Mr. Muad Haji, General Coordinator of the Royal Moroccan Football Federation, who also will present a dinner for us, but on Friday night, after we visit the Moroccan Football Center. But Mr. Haji? Yeah, yes.
Bonsoir tout le monde. J'espère que la traduction marche bien, français. Mesdames et messieurs, journalistes et représentants de la presse nationale et internationale, au nom du président de la Fédération royale marocaine de football, M. Fouzil Rja, j'ai le plaisir de vous remercier pour votre honorable invitation et pour l'initiative de nous donner aujourd'hui l'occasion de pouvoir présenter très succinctement les différentes épopées de la Fédération royale marocaine de football. Et donc c'est pour moi un honneur sincère et une grande responsabilité que de m'adresser aujourd'hui à vous pour évoquer ensemble un sujet qui nous rassemble, nous inspire et nous unit profondément, à savoir le football. Plus qu'un sport, plus qu'un spectacle, le football au Maroc est une passion populaire, un ciment social, un miroir de nos valeurs et un levier stratégique de développement. Sous la vision éclairée de Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste, le Maroc a érigé le sport, et le football en particulier, en pilier stratégique du développement humain et territorial. Le football est au cœur de l'identité nationale. Il rassemble, il transcende les différences, fait vibrer nos villes et nos villages et cristallise les rêves de toute une jeunesse. Notre passion collective pour ce sport n'est pas nouvelle. Elle s'enracine dans l'histoire, dans nos quartiers et dans nos familles. Elle a été transmise de génération en génération et elle continue de nous unir aujourd'hui autour d'une ambition commune, faire rayonner le Maroc sur la scène continentale et mondiale. Dans les premières heures du ballon rond sur le sol marocain, le football a conquis les cœurs de toutes les générations. Le football a écrit des pages de fierté collective dans notre mémoire nationale. Le football est la langue commune qui relie le nord et le sud, les villes et les campagnes, la nouvelle génération et l'ancienne. Il est une école d'émotion, de dépassement, mais aussi de valeurs. Respect, fraternité, discipline et persévérance. Depuis plusieurs décennies, notre royaume nourrit un rêve, celui d'accueillir la plus grande fête sportive de la planète, à savoir la Coupe du Monde de la FIFA. Ce rêve n'est pas un simple objectif sportif. Il est l'expression d'une ambition nationale portée avec constance, avec sérieux et avec cœur. Aujourd'hui, après 5 candidatures infructueuses pour l'organisation de cet événement, la 6e fut couronnée de succès. C'est une preuve de foi, de vision et de résilience, car à chaque tentative, le Maroc a grandi, le Maroc a appris, il a investi, il a progressé. Chaque dossier déposé a renforcé notre capacité d'organisation, notre crédibilité internationale et notre engagement à faire du sport un levier de développement, d'unité et de rayonnement. Cette persévérance ne repose pas sur l'attente d'un miracle, mais sur un travail acharné, une stratégie claire et unie et une foi inébranlable dans nos capacités. Elle est le reflet de ce Maroc moderne, enraciné dans ses valeurs, ouvert sur le monde et tourné vers l'avenir. Le Maroc, terre de football, cette formule n'est pas un seul slogan, elle traduit une réalité enracinée dans notre histoire, portée par nos clubs, vibrée dans nos stades, racontée dans nos médias et incarnée avec fierté par nos joueurs et supporters au Maroc comme à l'étranger. La Fédération royale marocaine de football a consenti une stratégie ambitieuse, cohérente et inclusive, basée sur une transformation profonde. Elle touche les infrastructures, la gouvernance, la formation, le football féminin et les compétitions locales et internationales. En ce qui concerne la modernisation de l'infrastructure, le Maroc dispose désormais d'infrastructures de très haut niveau, reconnues par les plus hautes instances internationales. Les stades modernes, des centres de formation et des terrains de proximité qui fleurissent dans les quartiers urbains et semi-urbains témoignent d'un investissement constant en faveur de l'avenir de notre jeunesse. Plus de 200 terrains synthétiques homologués ont été créés ou rénovés à travers le royaume, ainsi qu'une vingtaine de stades avec un revêtement en pelouse naturelle, qui ont permis au Maroc d'accueillir la Coupe du Monde de la FIFA en trois éditions, le CHAN, les CAN U17 et U23, la CAN féminine et également la Ligue des champions féminines et tout dernièrement la première Coupe d'Afrique des Nations en futsal féminin. Cette stratégie est également passée par un lancement de centres de formation et d'académies modernes avec la mise en place d'un réseau de centres techniques régionaux adaptés aux besoins des jeunes catégories et la mise à niveau des installations existantes pour répondre aux standards internationaux avec comme point d'orgue le complexe Mohamed VI de football, inauguré en 2019, véritable bijou technologique et pédagogique, classé parmi les meilleurs centres de formation et académies sportives au monde, et que vous aurez l'occasion et qu'on vous recevra avec très grand plaisir le vendredi pour une visite et un dîner juste après. Au niveau du rayonnement à l'international, la performance de nos équipes nationales, et tout le monde a suivi celle de l'épopée de l'équipe nationale au mondial au Qatar, mais aussi les filles en Australie, en Coupe du Monde en Australie. Donc la performance de nos équipes nationales, aussi bien masculines que féminines, est également la preuve vivante de cette évolution. Les lions de l'Atlas, les lionnes et les lions, ont fait vibrer le monde entier lors des Coupes du Monde 2022 au Qatar et lors de la Coupe du Monde en Australie féminine. Les lions de l'Atlas ont quant à elles brillé lors de la CAN féminine organisée au Maroc, atteignant la finale et ouvrant une nouvelle ère pour le football féminin national, sans oublier l'exploit récent de l'équipe nationale U17 et de l'équipe nationale de football, toutes deux championnes continentales. Mais au-delà des infrastructures et des résultats sportifs, c'est tout un écosystème qui se développe. Clubs mieux structurés, formation des cadres techniques et administratifs, arbitrage modernisé, football amateur renforcé et implication croissante des femmes et des jeunes à travers la structuration du football de base avec le soutien aux ligues régionales, la mise en place de partenariats avec des établissements scolaires et l'appui aux associations sportives pour favoriser l'accès des jeunes à la pratique du football, notamment dans les zones rurales. La professionnalisation du football marocain par la transformation des clubs en sociétés anonymes sportives depuis 2016 afin d'apporter plus de gouvernance, de transparence financière et de meilleure gouvernance. Tous ces efforts portent leurs fruits. Nos sélections aujourd'hui brillent sur la scène africaine et mondiale. Nous avons toutes les équipes nationales U17, U20 féminine, U17 futsal féminine aujourd'hui qui sont qualifiés pour la Coupe du Monde. Et donc, nos clubs se hissent au plus haut niveau et l'image du Maroc s'impose comme un modèle sportif reconnu. En ce qui concerne la Coupe du Monde 2030, l'attribution de cette Coupe du... L'attribution de la Coupe du Monde 2030 au Maroc, en co-organisation avec l'Espagne et le Portugal, dépasse les frontières sportives. C'est une reconnaissance du chemin parcouru, une preuve de confiance internationale et surtout une responsabilité historique. En obtenant la co-organisation de la Coupe du Monde à l'issue de la 6e candidature, le Maroc adresse un message fort à la communauté internationale. Nous n'abandonnerons jamais nos rêves et lorsque nous les réalisons, nous les partageons avec le continent africain, avec la Méditerranée, avec l'humanité tout entière. Tel que souligné par Sa Majesté le roi Mohamed VI, que Dieu l'assiste dans son message adressé en mars 2023 à Kigali, et je cite, « Sans précédent dans l'histoire du football, cette candidature commune sera celle de la jonction entre l'Afrique et l'Europe, entre le nord et le sud de la Méditerranée et entre les mondes africains, arabes et euro-méditerranéens. Elle sera aussi une candidature de rassemblement autour du meilleur de part et d'autre et la démonstration d'une alliance de génie, de créativité, d'expérience et de moyens. » Je termine la citation. Le Maroc devient ainsi le pont civilisationnel entre l'Europe et l'Afrique, deux rives unies par l'histoire, les échanges et la volonté de bâtir ensemble. Ce mondial sera une opportunité unique de coexistence pacifique et de solidarité entre nos peuples, fidèle aux valeurs universelles que notre royaume porte dans sa diplomatie, sa culture et son engagement régional. La presse, et j'en viens, acteur central de ce récit sportif marocain. Dans cette dynamique, vous, professionnels de la presse et des médias, jouez un rôle central. Vous êtes les narrateurs du football national, les gardiens de sa mémoire, les acteurs de son image. Par vos récits, vos analyses, vos enquêtes, vous donnez de la profondeur aux performances, vous éclairez les enjeux et vous sensibilisez les opinions. Votre rôle est également essentiel dans la promotion d'un spectacle sain, dans la lutte contre les discours de haine et dans l'accompagnement des supporters vers une culture sportive responsable et citoyenne. Un héritage est à construire ensemble. Notre ambition est claire, faire du Maroc un acteur majeur du football mondial, un exemple africain du développement sportif durable, une terre de fraternité où le ballon rond unit plutôt que ne divise. Mais cet objectif ne peut être atteint qu'à travers un effort collectif. Nous avons tous un rôle à jouer, et vous en premier, pour bâtir un football à la hauteur de nos rêves et de nos histoires. Mesdames et messieurs, le football est le reflet d'une société. Et à travers ce miroir, nous avons la chance de montrer au monde un Maroc confiant, ouvert, ambitieux et fraternel. Faisons de cette passion nationale une source d'inspiration collective, un facteur d'unité et un moteur d'excellence. Car aujourd'hui, le Maroc est prêt, grâce à ses infrastructures modernes et conformes aux standards internationaux et à son engagement, à son expérience avérée dans l'organisation d'événements sportifs majeurs. Cette Coupe du Monde est une chance supplémentaire de partager l'hospitalité légendaire du Maroc, son histoire millénaire et sa jeunesse dynamique avec le monde entier. Je vous remercie pour votre engagement, votre contribution à cette dynamique et votre fidélité à ce sport qui nous rassemble. Et je vous donne rendez-vous vendredi, Inch'Allah. Merci. I will stay, yes.
Mr. Hiroshi Takeuchi again, please. This is your, please. And thank you for today. We are finished for today. Tomorrow, we start at 9 o'clock with the panel, Content Creators, What is the Future? We made a slight change in the panels because some of our guests are leaving. So we will start with panel, Content Creators, What is the Future? 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the same place. Have a nice evening.